Saya, salam kebajikan, and a very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. Well, I hope everyone is ready to follow all of our programs on the second day of ISF 2025. And I also believe that you had a very productive day on the first day of ISF yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, we gather in ISF 2025 to put sustainability at the heart of economic growth as it offers path towards a resilient and prosperous future. And there's no such thing as one-size-fits-all solution for climate crisis, as climate change knows no international borders. So here, at this forum, we aim to make a leap in energy transition, including international collaboration that is built on a just principle. So we are grateful to have everybody here as the stakeholders of sustainability, especially in this country, Indonesia. And before we start today's agenda, ladies and gentlemen, let us refresh our minds of what day one was about. So let us begin with a brief recap of the highlights from day one. Please welcome the Deputy Minister for Basic Infrastructure from the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's welcome him on the stage, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone get a good first day in ISF, and also very excited for the second day. Before we start the events on the second day, let me quickly recap what we have been discussing yesterday. So yesterday we have our 5 plenary sessions. We talk about very, very fundamental things like water, energy, and food. And also we talk about things like air quality and everything. If I may, can you put up my slide, please? So in the first session, we talk about water self-sufficiency. And the key takeaways are, the good thing is that water is available, but unevenly distributed across warung jamu. Waktu, ruang, jumlah, dan mutu. Time, space, quantity, and quality. And therefore, to supply water, we need a lot of infrastructure. The scale is big, but achievable. The good thing is plenty of capital is available for investment in the sector, but it requires clarity of regulation and business scheme. The second theme, we talk about sustainable agriculture, where precision farming shown that will boost yield and farmers' income, and things like digital tools and blended finance empower next generation farmers. But our homework is not finished. We do need massive investments to achieve sustainable agriculture. In the third session, we discuss about nature-based solution, whereby people start recognizing about biodiversity and blue carbon is actually valuable for climate resilience and is possible to attract investments. However, we do need to have a strategy to align that, so we need to stop the nature loss. The fourth session talk about renewable energy. And for Indonesian case, we reiterate our willingness, our commitment to basically build renewables, 69.5 gigawatt, almost double of our existing capacity, and majority will be renewables. However, again, clear and consistent regulations are essential to accelerate energy transition. In the last panel, yesterday, we talked about low emission mobility. We are on track to make EVs affordable and accessible And of course, we not only talk about private, but also public transport. And however, it also needs incentives and local production. On the next session, we talk about climate and trade, renewables and low carbon power, accelerating clean air solution, sustainable agriculture, green investment, and critical minerals and downstreaming. So multiple keywords we heard yesterday. The world is very wealthy. We have a lot of resources. Infrastructure, though, is required to ensure that we can enjoy the benefit of those. And that infrastructure requires investment. Capital is available. But those capital to come to be realized as investment will need a lot of regulations, a lot of clarity, and good ecosystem. So, I think bottom line, collaboration, clarity, capital is available, technology is available. There's hope in front of us. So let us continue the second day, and in these events today, we're gonna talk about more interesting events like industrial decarbonization, financing, and human resources. With that, I'm gonna give back the event to the MC to continue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, for reminding us once again and refreshing our minds as well of what happened at day one. And we are ready now, we continue again our discussions on aspects regarding sustainability in Indonesia. And to set the tone for the first panel or the first theme of today's discussion, it is our pleasure as well to welcome to the stage keynote speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver an address on enhancing downstreaming sustainable investment in critical minerals industry. So without further ado, let's watch the video from His Excellency Sugiono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a great opportunity for me and also an honor to address the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, a gathering that reminds us that sustainability is not a policy option, but a moral imperative of our time. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. Droughts, floods, and rising seas are urgent signals from nature that demand our collective actions. As the world accelerates toward decarbonization, competition for critical minerals is also redefining global geopolitics. The International Energy Agency projects that demand for these minerals will quadruple by 2040, and much of these resources are found in developing nations like Indonesia. This brings both opportunity and responsibility to manage our resources wisely, to ensure fair value, and to promote sustainability that benefits all. The question, therefore, is not whether we act, but how we act to ensure that our energy transition is just, inclusive, and sustainable. Excellencies, Indonesia has taken bold steps to ensure that our critical minerals drive global decarbonization while also advancing domestic prosperity. Through our downstream policies, the Indonesian government is creating value at home, building industries, developing skills, and fostering innovation that empower our people and drive regional growth. Indonesia is also embarking on projects to accelerate the implementation of net zero emission, which is projected to commence in 2026. building 80,000 solar energy farms in every village of Indonesia, which will provide up to 100 gigawatts of sustainable electricity, replacing fossil fuel-based power generator to natural gas and hydropower-based generators, and expanding the implementation and use of biofuel, both biodiesel and biogasoline, to reduce and eventually to eliminate dependence on fossil fuel. But our vision goes beyond economic transformation. Indonesia believes that sustainable downstreaming must be underpinned by inclusive and responsible investment, grounded in good governance, social equity, and environmental stewardship. This is why Indonesia promotes investment frameworks aligned with the ESG principles, ensuring that the growth delivers real and lasting benefits for the people. Excellencies, looking ahead, Indonesia calls for stronger global collaboration to build resilient value chains through sustainable downstream investment and technology exchange. Trade and investment must be fair, inclusive, and provide equal access to markets and finance. Developing countries should take the lead in setting sustainability standards so that our minerals gain global recognition while advancing circular economic practices from recycling to waste reduction. We also believe that energy transition must not deepen inequalities between the resource-rich and the technology-rich. For the Global South, the green transition must be a ladder, not a trap, a path toward technology, not dependency, a reflection of justice, not charity, and a foundation for partnership, not prescription. And Indonesia stands ready to serve as a bridge between developed and developing countries, between technology and resources, and between ambition and action, and as a partner in building real solutions. If we are to meet the promise of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, we must unite in purpose and act with courage. As Mahatma Gandhi reminded us, that the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. Let this wisdom guide us to act responsibly, live sustainably, and leave behind a planet worthy for future generations. Let us build a future where growth and green coexist. I thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to the Foreign Minister of Indonesia, His Excellency Sugiono, who has opened and also set the tone for our panel discussion today. So without further ado, let's begin with the first panel discussion this morning. And I would like to also welcome our moderator for this panel discussion. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Ashwin Balasubramanian, partner, co-leader, McKinsey Sustainability Growth Platform, McKinsey & Company. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for turning up here nice and early on a Saturday morning. It's great to see you all here. My name is Ashwin. I'm a partner with McKinsey's Singapore office. And I lead our work across Southeast Asia in sustainability and energy transition. So the topic for today's panel discussion is very close to my heart. The topic for our session is enhancing downstreaming, sustainable investment in critical minerals industries. We have a very strong list of experienced speakers who will be sharing their thoughts on this topic. Why are we talking about this topic today? We already heard some of the remarks from Bapak Minister. So first, key minerals will be critical to enable the energy transition. As we know, many of the energy transition technologies are particularly metal and mineral intensive. For example, renewable manufacturing, energy storage, electric mobility, power grids will all require critical minerals. This will drive accelerated growth in demand, especially for minerals such as nickel, copper, aluminum, and tin. Second, Indonesia is blessed with many of these critical minerals, including the ones where demand is likely to grow the fastest. For example, we have the leading nickel reserves in the world, but we are also top 10 in producing copper, aluminum, and tin. So Indonesia matters in these critical minerals. Third, downstreaming is a great way to capture as much of this resource value for us to create economic growth. It is expected to be value adding to the country, but at the same time, there are questions about the return on investments compared to the high returns we've traditionally been used to in mining. There is also some signs of global overcapacity in processing. So we need to also find the best way to navigate global demand, but at the same time, global supply growth. To discuss some of these important questions and issues, I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists. Let me introduce them one by one. I would like to then invite them to join us on stage. First, I would like to introduce Pa Nurul Ikhwan. Many of you would be familiar with him. He's the Deputy Minister for Investment Promotion at BKPM. Pa Nurul, please join us on stage. He has decades of experience in investment promotion, industrial zones, and services planning. He has been at the forefront of leading overseas promotion centers and has shaped policies to attract capital into downstream sectors. Welcome, Pa Nurul. Second, we are privileged to have Pa Handi Sutonto, who's the Commercial Director at PT Antam. Pa Handi, please join us on stage. He has been Commercial Director at Antam since June of this year. Before this, he has had many important roles at Antam, including Head of Commercial and Transformation Division, as well as the Head of Accounting and Tax. Thank you for joining us, Pa Handi. Third, it's my privilege to invite Pa Utomo Nugroho, who's the Infrastructure and Operations Director at Krakatau Steel. Please join us, Pa. Krakatau Steel is Indonesia's largest integrated steel producer. Pa Nugroho has a long career in the steel industry. He has overseen operations, production efficiency, and downstream expansion into high-value products. Thank you, Pa. Next, I would like to invite Pa Tony Venas, the CEO of Freeport Indonesia, a leading global mining company producing copper, gold, and silver. He has decades of leadership in Indonesia's resource sector. He's guided Freeport from being a primarily export-driven into a large-scale domestic downstreaming player. Thank you for joining us. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Raylene Martin, who's the Global Head of Sustainability at the International Chamber of Commerce. She leads efforts to embed sustainability across global trade and commerce. Thanks for joining us, Raylene. Last but not the least, Walter Lin, who's the Managing Director for Asia for SEDEX. He brings more than 20 years of experience in supply chain management, international trade, and consulting. Please join us. He also led the launch of SEDEX's first office in Asia, in Shanghai. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for joining us. Maybe I'll kick us off with the first round of questions. It's great to have you all here. Maybe first, I will start with you, Pa Nurul. From your vantage point, you get to see what is happening in the globe, right? And how Indonesia should respond to some of these trends. So what are, in your mind, some of the global trends and policies that are shaping the future of critical minerals?
Right, thank you, Pak. So in the case that the situation is getting worse because of some influence into the global situation. So this is also having a kind of influence into the demand for the critical minerals as well. And on this, we know that contributions of the global geopolitical situations, it is also giving a kind of impact into the supply chains of this. And then even when we have a pandemic of COVID, it is also giving this kind of influence. But then another thing that we have to consider about this kind of thing is related into the situations whereby these critical minerals is not owned by only by several countries, while then the biggest users of these critical minerals also coming from the country that they are actually not rich in the natural resources, but they are having technology. So in this case, this will give a kind of impact into the demand, because the policy coming from the raw materials owners will give the impact into the industrial technology or capital owners. But at the same time, even then the technological owner or the capital owners, they are also using their technology, their capital, or even their market to define as well for this critical mineral to be in having a part of value added in their countries as well. So for this then, finally, this will create a kind of scarcity of the products, and this will create also high demand because of the global situations, like a kind of trend in the sustainability and especially the contributions of energy that is sustained. Because when we talk about sustainable energy, the components that is used to produce this kind of energy, and also, let's say, we talk about EV manufacture, we talk about battery, we talk about other components for creating energies, they demand also higher value of this. As a kind of research coming from McKinsey, they mentions that this will, from the demand of this critical mineral, this will be time-folded between 1.7 to 4.2. For this demand. So it is showing that in the future, the demand is very steady. But then this demand that is steady and also contributions into making this energy sustainability is a kind of blood of industry. It is also something that we have a kind of concern. Why? Because when we talk about the sustainability, it is not only about these critical minerals itself. It is about how clean the energy that they are using. But then it is started by the clean energy as a blood of industry. But then to make this industry is green or clean, it is also asking the support, demanding the support coming from these critical minerals. Because mostly the technologies that will develop this kind of critical mineral, energy, they ask also this kind of critical minerals. And the trends, another one is because of the growing of technology, be it in robotic, be it in digital, and many things, that will create as well a very high capacity in productivity. And also, they would like to have a good competitiveness in general, so then they have this kind of innovations, technology, and human capital, which a very good capacity, so then finally, they would like to put, this is something that I have to underline, because the competitions then in the future, the trends of competitions will be very tough. Why? Because even though the natural resources, the critical minerals that we are having in many countries, or in some countries that we are having, it is also going to be influenced by situations whereby the technology will use huge amount of the raw materials. So then they are going to use this huge amount, and they are going to compete each other among the big companies. So then in this case, we see that the competitions like the techno-nationalism that will be happening in many countries, they are going to compete to try to lead and also to cover the biggest added value of these mineral resources.
Thank you very much, Pa Nurul. I think one thing is very clear. I think there is an underlying trend of growing demand. Yesterday, I heard some speakers talk about critical minerals being the new oil, right? But in this world of growing demand, I think you talk about both collaboration, but also competition between producers and consumers, between different countries and different companies who are participating across the value chain. So I think it's a very complex environment that we are all having to navigate. Maybe I'll move to you, Raylene, to just build on this a little bit, right? In this complexity, one of the things that keeps coming up also is what are some of these trends in terms of sustainable supply chains, right? How should Indonesia, but also global players, especially in the global south, think about sustainable supply chains? So what are some of the trends that you are seeing there?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ashman, and very delighted to be here today, especially with such distinguished panelists. And so the Deputy Minister has really provided an excellent overview, and I would just like to add some additional reflections. And so, representing the International Chamber of Commerce, we're an organization that represents 45 million businesses in 170 countries. And in that view, we really see the critical minerals sector being shaped by three interconnected global trends, which are predominantly rising demand, rising complexity, and rising geopolitical tensions. And so for the first one, the demand story is quite clear. We are seeing with the clean energy transition that there has been a surge in demand for critical minerals such as cobalt, lithium, copper, and other rare elements that are really essential to electrical vehicles, renewable energy systems, as well as battery storage. And so the International Energy Agency has produced a report on the global minerals outlook, which really projects that growth of these minerals is expected to grow between 2 to 5 times by 2035. And so Indonesia is really at the heart of this shift. And of course, as they have the world's leading resources of nickel, as well as significant resources of cobalt, as well as bauxite, and increasing refining and processing capabilities, Indonesia has really become a strategic hub for the energy transition. And so from our perspective, we do see that this really presents some real opportunities, but also some shared responsibility. And from our business networks, we are seeing that businesses are making serious efforts to improve the sustainability as well as the traceability of their mineral supply chains. But they do face immense complexity, which is the second global trend I would like to come to. And so complexity could come in the form of diverse supply networks, different national regulations, as well as increasing data verification, which really adds to the complexity in terms of the compliance requirements. And whilst some companies might be pursuing virtual integration to address some of these risks, this still remains quite out of reach for many companies, including small companies. And this is really also compounded by the fact that minerals are becoming increasingly politicized. And so according to the OECD, in 2023, we have seen that the number of trade restrictions on minerals has increased 5-fold since 2009. And so we do think that there is an important opportunity here. And what we're seeing as a persistent barrier across all these issues is really understanding, and I think where we see the opportunities, that whilst governments are already exploring some strategies to really bring value domestically, there is an opportunity to do so carefully to make sure that we balance these approaches to avoid supply chain fragmentation and deterring some of the investment that's really needed to scale sustainable production. And so across these issues, we do see that there is a lack of reliable and comparable data. And so that is especially true when you think about measuring environmental impacts as well as tracking trade flows across borders. And so within ICC, we're working with partners around the concept of a global data materials hub that is really aimed at trying to work with existing open access data and make that interoperable and accessible for all stakeholders, including businesses, policymakers, and civil society. And whilst it's still in its early stages, we do see an important opportunity there that could serve as a tool for informed decision-making as well as building trust. And so in closing, I would like to say that international cooperation will be absolutely essential. And Indonesia does have an important role to play here, not just as a resource holder, but also as a global leader that is really shaping how minerals are traded, how they're governed, and also how they're used for inclusive and sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Raylene. A few points stand out to me, right? So you mentioned this as being both a big opportunity, but also a significant responsibility, especially for us in Indonesia. When it comes to compliance and transparency for these mineral supply chains, I think I heard a need for a common language, a common methodology, so that what we do is clear and our supply chains are trusted around the world, right? Maybe shifting gears a little bit, maybe I'll ask this question to Pahandi, right? When we think about Indonesia's resource potential, there is always a question of how can we have a holistic mineral strategy, right? That takes into account the resource we have, but also the demand and the profitability opportunity in the market, while also making sure there is sustainable downstream sector development, right? So it'll be great to hear your views. How should countries think about holistic mineral resource development?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Aswin. It's an honor to be here. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, representing Antam, and we are also part of Minadi Group, the state-owned mining company of Indonesia. So, to your question, in terms of the policies development strategy, I think I'm gonna give my view because Antam is a state-owned enterprise conducts business in mining. So this is maybe like an aspiration of how we as a nation develop policies, not only talks about sustainable, but also in terms of the monetizing our resources. I think government is already on the right path. Since 2023, ESDM already issued a decree stating the 47 minerals of Indonesia that is considered as critical and strategic. And just recently, this week, for example, the government issued a government regulation which is emphasizing that the needs of the nation should be self-sufficient from our own minerals, unless it cannot be exported. So, since Antam, we do business in three commodities: nickel, bauxite, and precious metal. So I'm gonna give my view on each of this stream. On the nickel side, as we already know that, I think the export ban on nickel since 2020, that's already on the right place to develop the downstream industry, move to Indonesia. Now, in order to be sustainable, then we have, of course, to take a look at what type or what forms of nickel that can be sustainable, which is clearly battery at this moment. Now, the government should then correlate or link that nickel-based battery should be on the priority in developing the policies. Because like last year, for example, 50,000 of EV battery cars sold in Indonesia. Out of that numbers, only less than 5,000 is nickel-based battery. The 45,000 is LFP-based. Then how on earth that it can be sustainable in terms of nickel-based battery industry in Indonesia? So I think that's the number one thing that the government should, think about the policies going forward, so that it promotes the nickel-based battery in Indonesia. And again, the mandate from the Mr. President, the mineral resources of Indonesia, which is in this case nickel, needs to be downstream and also in a sustainable way. So I think that's on the nickel side. Now, on the bauxite side, I think Indonesia is part of the top 10 largest country in the world with a reserve of bauxite, which convert into the aluminum, of course. Then I think on the bauxite side, the policy should talk more on how to promote the midstream industry and also the downstream industry, because the bauxite value chain is simple, it's from bauxite to alumina and then to aluminum. But if we see the investment climate in Indonesia at this point, Aswin, it's more on the bauxite, yes, we have it, and then on the aluminum side. But the midstream, the alumina one, that is, I think, the least option that the investor wants to invest their money in. And I think one of the reasons is because of the environment impact. Because when you produce alumina, then you have the red mud, the so-called red mud. Things that no nation in this world wants to deal with. But in terms of the rare earth element momentum, that keeps building up over the past several years, I think the government must adopt or think about the policy how to boost their R&D sectors, nation R&D, so that we come up to the technology, we have the technology, or we can cooperate with other countries in how to process the red mud, convert it from the red mud that is the hazardous to become rare earth. We extract the rare earth out of it, so it solves two problems: the environment issue and also the economic multiplier effect. Because if we are able to extract the red mud into the rare earth elements, then we come to a concept of total mining, zero waste. That's on the bauxite things. On the gold sector, I think in terms of the downstreaming, what lacks from Indonesia is about the policy to make sure the downstreaming ecosystem is circular within the nation. Because at this point, like for Antam, for example, we are the leading gold producer in Indonesia. Our market share is close to 80% over the past several years. So we see the market capacity is around 50 until 60 ton per year. And it can be fully supplied, it can be self-sufficient by gold mining companies in Indonesia. But what happened? We imported more than 90% of our needs on the gold one. While the other gold mining producers, the gold miners, they mostly export their products. So there you go. That's the thing that the government needs to resolve. How the gold miners prioritize the gold needs of the country so that the gold mined from Indonesia will be processed in Indonesia and will be sold in Indonesia. So it's really whatever the gold that Antam as a brand, the nation brand, we sell the gold to our customer, which is 100% processed, mined in Indonesia. So I think that's my take on that. And the last one, I think it would be the rare earth element, of course, Aswin. Because as I mentioned previously, the rare earth correlates with total mining and zero waste. So if we are able to promote a policies as a platform, as a burning platform to incentivize, to boost the R&D, then Indonesia can also be more sustainable in terms of the mining because we are able to solve the environment issue while adding the economic value from the rare earth. I think that's my take on that.
Thank you very much, Pahandi. I heard three important points. One is, we've taken some first steps on extending our downstream value chain. How do we now make the natural next step of extending it even further? Right? You gave the example of nickel-based batteries. You also talked about localization, right? How can we create more and more of this value creation within the country, right? And also how to think about circularity and how waste can be an opportunity, right? I think very, very helpful points. Thank you, Pahandi. Maybe I will invite Patoni to comment on the same topic, right? How do you think about the holistic mineral resource development strategy from where you are?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. It's very honorable here. So, Indonesia have so many minerals, like Pahandi also already mentioned, We are number 1 in nickel, number 6 in bauxite, number 10 in copper, and number 2 in tin. So all those base metals are basically critical minerals right now. And I think the government has already started, integrating all of those things into one clear direction to further go downstream and then to create the ecosystem of electric vehicle, etc., in a sustainable way, transition energy, with the help of digitalization. That's basically the main principle of, or the path moving forward that already been determined by our government. And from our side, Andy mentioned about gold, right? About gold, where Antam in the past, used to import the gold and then process it, while the gold actually produced domestically because of the VAT problem. If you sell it domestically, you will impose 10% or 12% now VAT. Well, if you import, you don't have to pay the VAT. But now you have agreement, Freeport and Antam has already had agreement whereby we will supply like 30 tons or more of our gold to PT Antam. And we hope that, 100% of our gold will go to Antam, of course. It's going to be around 50 tons a year. So it's going to, with the current price of 4,000 per ounce, it's going to be like a lot of money. And the good thing is that the availability of the end product in the country. On the other hand, we are producing copper. Our main product is copper. We started to plan the largest underground mine in the world now. We started that plan in 2004. So it took us 12 years to plan and develop that mine. And of course, talking about sustainability, we have already embedded the ESG part in the business plan. Such as, we are now using, we developed I mentioned that from 2004, and from 2006, we have already started to design the digitalization and the sustainability of the operation, whereby we're going to replace the big trucks, the 300-ton trucks. We have like 150 in the past in the open pit, and we converted into underground with electric train. So now, currently, the 150,000 tons of ores every day is transported with a zero-emission electric train and unmanned. So it's like combined of digitalization as well as sustainability of the process. And talking further about copper, copper smelter is not profitable, unlike nickel smelter and bauxite smelter. Copper smelter is not profitable, but we committed to build that and completed that. Why? Because, the availability of copper cathode in the country is very important. We had already the first smelter in 1997, the operation of PT smelting, which we owned minority and in the past, and now we own majority. But at that time, the copper cathode, 50% is still exported. So now we are adding additional like 500,000 capacity of copper cathode in the country. And we can see now that the companies who's going to use copper cathode as their material to process further is now coming into the country. With the current copper price like more than 10,000 per tons, or today's price is $4.7 per pound, the demand of copper is getting higher and higher. Why? Because of the energy transition. 65% of copper in the world is used for electricity transportation. So while the countries all over the world are racing to build a renewable energy power plant and energy transition, the demand of copper is getting higher and higher. And now it's available in the country up to 1 million tons if we also count the Aman Minerals copper availability. So we are going to be one of the largest copper cathode producer in the world. And that's in Indonesia, and the availability of copper will make the other further downstream investment will come into the country. And also not to mention the silver. It's our byproduct too. We are producing around 200 tons of silver every year. It's one of the largest in the world too. And the availability of silver also is used for other needs as a critical mineral as well. For example, like, we just have the ceremonial of a solder tin company in Batam. We're going to consume 10 tons of our silver as well. And it is expandable like 7 or 8 times. So at least there's already a demand in the country for almost 50% of our silver. And of course, in the coming years, with the promotion of the investment and downstream by Ministry of Investment and Downstream, will create further availability and further of the minerals and further use of the minerals domestically to create more value for the country. And at the end of the day, it will accelerate also the plan of the government to have an economic growth plan up to or more than 8%. So I'll stop there, Ashwin.
Thank you very much, Patoni. I can very clearly hear this theme that if we take a holistic view of what are the different pockets of opportunity in the country if we can find a way to connect the dots, right? A lot more of the value can be extracted and captured within Indonesia, right? I can see you're open to collaboration and you want environment where more of this collaboration is possible, right? Maybe I'll invite Pa Nurul to maybe briefly comment on this, right? You heard both speakers talk about what kind of business environment would be most conducive to maximize this opportunity creation. Maybe you have some reactions on this, Pa Nurul.
Yeah, thank you, Pa. So in the case, maybe I would like also to a bit elaborate on the upstream situations whereby countries having raw materials and also countries having technology capitals I did mention before. In this case, we have a kind of a pull factors and push factors, right? And for Indonesia, in order to increase the export and also more having downstream of this industry coming from the mineral, critical mineral especially. And in this case, we just would like also to see that how fair the global economy is running. In this case, we just would like to share the global community when we talk about these critical minerals, the downstream and all the trees of these industries, it should be in fairness properly. Because we know that it is about the era where the countries very rich with the natural resources should be working together with the countries that is very good in having a kind of competitive advantage. So comparative advantage owner, working collaborations with the competitive owners, value owners. So in this case, we see that the policy coming from the government that we would like to have this downstream industry because it is fair for Indonesia to request investor that they would like to do investment in Indonesia, not only just take and export the raw materials from Indonesia. A country like Indonesia is having not less than 270 million people. And we are also the same countries united under United Nations that we would like also to reach the SDGs by 2030. It means that Indonesia must have a kind of fuel, quote unquote, to reach those kind of 70 goals of SDGs. And this could be possible, and especially in the era that economic turbulence happened many times. So Indonesia, in this case, must look for the possibility of ourselves to find this fuel. And this is only possible that we develop our economy by having kind of support coming these critical minerals. And it's proof as well during the pandemic. So for the nickel, for example, this happened that nickel's processing in Indonesia was supporting our economy during the pandemic. So this gives a kind of good potential to support us. And for this, of course, we have also other minerals that we would like to promote. But then, at the same time, we have also to think about the market because investment is about profit and trust, right? And in this case, we know that there will not be any business if they could not find the clear market there. And when we talk about market, it is not about market itself that could define about itself as well, because there is also interventions coming from the government. Like let's say in EU, they set already regulations. If you would like to investment inside of EU, there will be some regulations in there. CBAM is one of that is very, very, very popular because they just would like to receive this product when it is having very, very low contributions of these carbon emissions. But then they have also standard. When you would like to have your company to have the operations there and to produce something in their countries, then they set also even the product to be exported there. That should be coming from the companies that they have also mitigations and identifications about human rights and also environmental. And they have also to get the access, the grievance coming from those who are impacted with this environmental. We have also the mitigations about how would be the thing that will be done by the companies when it is having a kind of impact into the environment. And that is the countries that is having a good market in Europe. But even China, they have also regulations for this. Many years already they define about this kind of thing. So in this case then, Indonesia should position itself, even though we are very rich with the natural resources, they have to think about the potential markets that we are going to export our products there. So that's why then we have to define the policy coming from the government that will match with, for example, EU regulations or China regulations or even some other developed country regulations there. But then at the same time, we negotiate as well with them because now critical minerals is also a part of dominance factors in global diplomacy. So the governments giving also a very serious impact, not only business to business, but behind them, governments, those who are setting the regulations that will utilize the multiplying effect of these critical minerals is also playing and put the impact of this into their economic development.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much. One of the points that you mentioned, which is, we are a country of 270 million people. This is our resource, our wealth, but how do we make sure this is then sustainably made available to our communities, right? That this value actually makes a big change for our own people, I think is an important one, which I think brings me to our next question, which maybe I'll start with you, Panugroho, right? So, whenever we talk about the economic value that is created from downstreaming, we always wonder how can we balance that with the environmental and social dimensions as well, right? Many of the assets that we operate, the mines that we operate, they are central to the communities, the local environment, right? So how do we get this balance right? I know you are very passionate about this topic. Would love to hear how you and Krakatau Steel is thinking about this.
Thank you, Aswin, for the question. And first of all, I would like to thanks that I invite in this occasion. Back to your question, Mr. Aswin, I just noted what Mr. Sukiono remind to us together in the speech this morning that there is two words. The first is about the growth. The second is about the green. This is guide us to, let's say, operate our business. About the growth, as you know, we are in the steel industries, is supporting in many kind of aspect and sector. In the infrastructure, in the oil and gas industries, and also in the producing of home appliance, etc., etc. This impact is a very enormous for supporting our economic growth. Like Mr. Prabowo asked, we must grow in 8%, for example, like this. As a figure that impacted of the steel industries, in every, let's say, $1 spent in steel industries will generate about 2.5 US dollar in supply chains industries, and also impacted to the related industries around 13 US dollar. Furthermore, also for the job creation, every one job in steel industries, will affect to around 13 jobs in supply chains and around 35 in the related industries. So, with this figure that's explained by the steel industries as a backbone of the growth of economic. This is one point. But however, also we must responsible and we have a liability about the green, about the our responsible to environmental. Based on this, we have two planning. We have a roadmap, and the short term and also the long term. The short term is as our responsible to environment is we implemented about the, let's say, automation system, waste management, and we also creating and also implemented about the renewable energy in our factory. And the second point, as a long term, as you know that in steel industries, there is a two stream of technology, coal-based and also gas-based. So for the second point, for the long term, to responsible to our environmental, we're thinking to change. Yeah, our backbone now is around almost for the basis is a coal base. The coal base is a more, let's say, more producing of CO2. So we will move and will change to the gas base that's more friendly to environmental. This is our roadmap in the future, and we need of a partner for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa. Clearly, technology has a very important role to play in how we decarbonize. You talked about what happens in steel. I think in nickel also, technology is evolving so fast that lower emission operations are possible. And I think you made a very important point also about the multiplier effect, right? And in fact, even our McKinsey research earlier this year shows that one of the key enablers of how Indonesia can become a developed economy, right, or a high-income economy, is to use existing sectors to create these supply chains and create more and more medium-sized enterprises who will be your suppliers, right, and create more high-quality employment, right? I'll move to Walter, right? Walter, you've looked at this across Asia. I'm sure you interact a lot with a lot of companies at your role in SEDEX, right? What do you see as good practices, right, when it comes to balancing the environmental side with the economic value creation side?
Yeah, thank you. I think for many of you who don't know about SEDEX, we are a little bit like a Renee's organization. We are a membership, private sector membership organization. We connect 80,000 members, including MSC, large corporation, and SME. In Indonesia, we have around 2,500 members across Indonesia. And what we focus is about we're working with our member to drive a more response and sustainable supply chain. And to answer your question, for myself, I'm not coming from the mining sector, but we do see in Indonesia, our major of our member is in the agriculture food business, but also we can see emerging member from the mining sectors. So when we have engagement with the mining sector and also sectors, I think to balance the economic growth and also to balance environmental and also social bit, maybe I can add on a little bit about the social side to add on the contact, because I think like the minister just mentioned about, there are several factors when we think about stranding the downstream, the mining sectors. I think there are some key drivers we need to think about. And as the minister mentioned about, if you export to the EU markets, then you got a CBAN, but also for the social side, you probably you need to aware about CSDDD related to human rights and due diligence. And if you go to Australian market, there is Australian Modern Day Slavery Act. So I think this is more about social side regulations. We need to balance the economic growth, but also how can we to ensure we compliance with the social regulation as well. So if the government, if the policymaker can embed into the policy, I think this can really bring Indonesia as a good example to showcase other countries as a good example, embedding not just E, but also the social element. So if I can take the analogy, just like a couple, the wife and husband, they should sleep in one bed, right? They cannot sleep into two rooms. So now I think we need to enhancing more conversation about balancing the social aspects, but also the environment aspects. But the second big things I think I'd like to call out from the financial market and also the capital market, because we need to attract more fundings from the private equities, international bank. I think quite a lot of conversation with our banking sector member is about they have quite strong demands about the social requirement, how you practice in your sourcing responsibly, how can you provide more decent work for the worker in the supply chain. So I think that is also one of the key elements which the international investors are really looking for. So when we talk about the common language just now, we're saying about, let's say, circular economy, like GHGs, carbon, everybody knows about that. But please don't forget there is another big international common language about the human rights due diligence, and we cannot just ignore that. We need to make them as a pair. But the last but not least, I do know in Indonesia, we get a lot of local communities, indigenous peoples. So how can we, when we enhancing the downstreams, mining, so upstream, how can we protect the rural people's rights? And also, how can we provide, I know like enhancing the industry can create more green jobs, but how can we create a more decent job and to make everyone fair pay? And this is also some additional elements we need to embed in the overall consideration, into strategy, and also into a more long-term thinkings. So this is some of the takeaway from my observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter. It's, of course, very helpful for us to hear what you see around the world. I know we are coming also close to the end of time. Maybe just one last comment from you, Raylene. You know, we'd really benefit from hearing from you, right, as the head of the International Chamber of Commerce for Sustainability. How do you see the two sides of this coin? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashman. And I think my previous panelists have already provided some excellent perspectives. And so we really see this question is really at the heart of sustainable industrial policies. And from an ICC perspective, I think the first step in answering that question is really recognizing that environmental protection and economic development are not mutually exclusive. We certainly see that they're actually becoming increasingly independent. And in today's global economy, we do see that competitiveness really depends on sustainability and being able to demonstrate that value-add activities are not only economically viable, but are also environmentally sustainable as well as socially acceptable. And so we do see that many companies are making significant investments in reducing their emissions, improving their material resource efficiencies, as well as transparency across the value chains. But they do need clear regulatory frameworks in order to scale some of those efforts. And so at ICC, as we are the official focal point for business and industry in the UN climate negotiations, we are able to bring the voice of the real economy to climate and sustainability negotiations. And what we're seeing is that global mineral supply chains are becoming a bigger part of the global discussion, including in forums such as the United Nations Environment Assembly. And some of you may be aware that Colombia, ahead of the assembly at the end of this year, has actually submitted a resolution that will look into setting up an expert body that will explore options in terms of international governance tools for environmental management of minerals and metals, which could also include a legally binding instrument. And so, whilst that may seem theoretical at this stage, we do think that that will shape some of the operational realities of tomorrow. And we really think it's important to bring the business perspective to these discussions from the onset. And we do see Indonesia as really being at the frontier of aligning sustainability and industrial policies. And we do see an important opportunity to balance the two, as we've spoken about. And so the private sector can really bring a lot of the innovation, financing, and operational capacities to really deploy some of these clean technologies. And so we're very happy to support any efforts to deepen those collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raylene. And I think it's been a great privilege to hear from all the different panelists here. If I may recap a few of the themes that I've heard, right? Very clearly, there is a lot of promise, a lot of potential for this sector in Indonesia. We've gotten started on many of the right things, right? I can also see a great level of excitement for collaboration, for investment, right, from all our important players in the country. There is also a big emphasis on how do we take a holistic view, right, between different players in the value chain, between the operators as well as the community, right? I think bringing these different parts together is what will make us very effective in creating this value in a very sustainable way. Clearly, there is an opportunity for Indonesia to be a leader, not a follower in this space. The sector, the minerals, the critical mineral sector matters for Indonesia, but at the same time, I think Indonesia matters in this sector. And I think that's the main takeaway that I would take from this session. As we get started on this journey, you know, we are talking about 3 times, 4 times, 5 times growth in this sector, and hopefully we can keep a lot of that prosperity for our country. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to have you, all panelists, join us here. And thanks for spending your morning with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashwin Balasubramaniam, for leading this panel session. We'd like to invite all speakers and moderator for a photo session. So please move forward, 2 steps forward. and face the camera just before you smile as well. And camera person, this is your moment to seize this opportunity. Yes. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator, for a great panel discussion. Very insightful indeed. And you may all return to your seats. So we just had a panel discussion titled Enhancing Downstreaming Sustainable Investment in Critical Minerals Industries. A very timely topic for Indonesia. From that panel as well, we figured out on what are the global trends and policies shaping the future of critical mineral industries. What are the emerging technologies for sustainable extraction and processing of critical minerals, and also the roadmap for Indonesia ahead? And ladies and gentlemen, now we will step into the next agenda, which is a declaration on establishment of the Indonesia Association of Private Sector Public EV Charging Owners, or ASPELUSI, and would like to call upon to the stage all the signatories, the chairman of ASPELUSI, Mr. Anthony Utomo, the Secretary General of ASPELUSI, Haris Riyadi, and also the treasurer of ASPELUSI, Mr. Wilfred Hanafi, to please come forward to the signing table. It's a declaration. And also to witness this declaration, would like to call as well to the stage Mr. Anindya Novian Bakri, chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Ms. Shinta Kamdani, and Mr. Darsono Hartono. Also Ms. Nadia Habibi, Mr. Elim Sritaba, and Mr. Ronald Wala, to witness this declaration on the stage. We'll proceed with the declaration with the signing. So please, the signatories, you may proceed signing the document. Let's give a big round of applause for the declaration on establishment of the Indonesia Association of Private Sector Public EV Charging Owners, ASPELUSI. Once again, we thank you, signatories and witnesses. You may all return to your seats. We continue now with a Memorandum of Understanding, strategic collaboration between PT Nu Volume Indonesia Investama and PT Artotel Indonesia on sustainable used cooking oil collection and other sustainability initiatives. Therefore, would like to call upon the signing parties, Mr. Felipe Micone, CEO PT Nu Volume Indonesia Investama, Mr. Edward Rudolf Pankerago, COO PT Artotel Indonesia. We may go ahead with the signing of the document. And once the document is signed, please show it to the camera as we do also a photo session for it. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Memorandum of Understanding, strategic collaboration between PT Nuvolume Indonesia Investama and PT Artotel Indonesia, sustainable used cooking oil collection and other sustainability initiatives. Thank you very much, signatories and all parties. You may all return to your seats. We continue now with the next MOU signing between SCMP and Kadin Indonesia on advancing sustainable trade and investment corridors between Indonesia, ASEAN and Hong Kong, Greater China. This is a joint initiative by Kadin Indonesia in collaboration with SCMP. Under the description of under President Prabowo Subianto, Indonesia is rapidly expanding its global footprint, and Asia is currently the center of global economic growth. Indonesia, ASEAN seeks stronger ties with Hong Kong, Greater China, and vice versa. An MOU with SCMP, the leading global media company and region, promotes stronger mutual understanding to advance the investment and trade corridor. So we have on the stage from SCMP, Zuraida Ibrahim, Executive Managing Director, Executive Managing Editor. Also Razlan Manjaji, Vice President, Global Events, Maxin Chang, Associate Director, Events, and Lucia Lam, Manager, Events. And also on stage from Kadin Indonesia, Mr. Anindya Bakri is Chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Ms. Shinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chair, Women for Human Development, Culture and Sustainable Development of Kadin Indonesia, Mr. Stephen Marcelino, Secretary General of Kadin GEO, and Mr. Suito, Chairman of the Hong Kong Bilateral Committee at Kadin Indonesia. Let's proceed with the signing of the document. Yes, and here's the signed document. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give support to this MOU signing with a big round of applause between SCMP and Kadin Indonesia on advancing sustainable trade and investment corridors between Indonesia, ASEAN, and Hong Kong, Greater China. And thank you all signatories, thank you all parties. You may all return to the seats. So ladies and gentlemen, as we see on the stage right now, not only that we talk on the discussions or panels, but we also do a lot of agreements, MOU signings. This is a proof that we have strengthened a lot of collaborations, especially happening at this ISF Forum 2025. And we'll continue with the next panel discussion that will touch on the next generation fuels topic, scaling biofuels and new molecules to bridge energy transition. And from this discussion, we deem to get perspectives on what are the emerging trends in new climate technologies like green H2 and ammonia, CCS, and when are they going to be commercially viable across different use cases? What are the enablers to help new climate technologies to achieve commercial viability? And what are recent partnership and success examples? And of course, a lot of you can actually take part in it. Maybe if you have questions, you may also have that and ask them directly to the speakers that will be presented in this panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start with the panel discussion titled Next Generation Fuels, Scaling Biofuels and New Molecules to Bridge Energy Transition. Without further ado, join me to welcome the moderator for this session, Rijit Sengupta, CEO, Center for Responsible Business. Let's give a big round of applause to our moderator for this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Salamat pagi. Greetings from India to another sister country, Indonesia. A G20 member to another G20 member, an emerging economy to another emerging economy. At the outset, thanks to the organizers for inviting me, and this is an absolute honor to be here in Jakarta amongst you. And congratulations to Kadin and the Government of India for an excellent sustainability forum, which I think all of you should be proud of, all of us should be proud of. And I'm going to take this message back home to see how we are able to develop such a forum in India as well. The subject of the session here today, which I am going to talk about, is energy transition, is related to energy transition. And you heard yesterday Honorable Minister Yudhoyono talk about the 3 pillars of sustainable transformation, and one of them being energy transition. So we are going to focus on energy transition today, and we are going to talk specifically about one element of that transition, from transitioning away from fossil fuels to biofuels and alternative next generation fuels. And we have an excellent panel. I'm not going to be standing between you and the panel, and I'm going to request the panel to kindly join me because I understand we have time sensitivities here. So keeping all protocols in mind and also time sensitivities, I'm going to request my colleagues, my fellow panelists to kindly join me on stage. Mr. Agus Wicaksono, Pertamina, the Director of Transformation and Business Sustainability. Mr. Raymond Rasfuldi, Director and CEO of Tripatra Engineers and Construction. Evelyn Spielman, Partner and Board Member Systemic. Fabi Tumiwa, Chief Executive Officer of IESR, and Matthew Gaze, Executive Director, APAC for HDF Energy. Their profiles are provided on the website, so I'm not going to read out their bio because of the fact that we have sensitivities in terms of time. So yeah, as I was highlighting that as far as the session is concerned, we are going to talk about this whole transition from fossil fuel to biofuel and alternative fuel, and the role that biofuel and alternative fuel can play in decarbonizing transportation and industry in not just in Indonesia but also the region and the other emerging economies. And there is a fair amount of knowledge and also international policy which is now especially driven by the G7 and the G20, which also highlight the importance of this transition. And we have some practical experiences and understanding in the very august panel that we have, and we're going to talk about that, especially how this transition can happen, what role can infrastructure, technology, collaboration, especially can play in this transition. I see the clock is ticking very fast, and we have just about 40 minutes, and we've got 5 speakers. So if we do the maths well, I think you'll probably get about 6 minutes to respond to each one of you, and 2 questions each. So I'm going to directly move into the questions. The first question is essentially about what are the emerging trends in new climate technologies? And I'm going to request Agung Wicaksono and Evelyn to provide your inputs on that. Agung Wicaksono, over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think it's an honor for me, representing Pertamina, to be here in a session called Next Generation Fuel. Because in this country, when people talk about fuel, at the moment, people always talk about Pertamina. Yeah. But I'm not going to talk about the fuel that is on the gas station and whichever gas station it is. Yeah. But I'm going to talk about what are the potential of fuel, not only for technical purpose, but also economic and ecological purpose. And allow me to share here, very briefly, on how Indonesia's success story of transforming biofuel. It was started with a B2.5, and now we have B40. Yeah. This journey of biodiesel in Indonesia is not only a journey of success in terms of economy, because it is creating a significant foreign exchange saving for the country, but also as an ecology journey, putting ESG at the core, is something very meaningful. It has managed to create jobs, and not just jobs, but green jobs. And right now, we are actually having zero import of diesel or gas oil since the implementation of B20 and right now B40. So this success of biodiesel will then be expanded and continue into bioethanol. Biodiesel for gas oil, bioethanol for gasoline. Right now, Pertamina already has what we call Pertamax Green 95. It has 5% content of bioethanol. People might debate on how the impact of ethanol is, but I think science has proven that ethanol is a superior content, and also it's going to be superior as well for the country economy. So expanding the success on land to the air, because there is a word saying, di darat kita jaya, di laut kita jaya, di udara kita jaya. So not only biofuel on land, but also biofuel, or basically bio-based for after, which is called the sustainable aviation fuel. Our journey to transform used cooking oil, or in Indonesian call it jelantah, minyak jelantah. Very popular because a lot of Indonesians like fritters, right? Gorengan. So we have an abundant supply of used cooking oil. Now, using used cooking oil being co-processed in our green refinery in Cilacap, 2.5% of used cooking oil with kerosene being co-processed, able to produce sustainable aviation fuel. And right now, we have used that SAF from used cooking oil to fly Pelita Air, from Jakarta to Denpasar. So it is not only about reducing the carbon emission, it may reduce the carbon emission up to 84%, but it's also a form of circular economy, because the community can exchange the minyak jelantah into rupiah, jelantah jadi rupiah, but also this jelantah will then be transformed into sustainable aviation fuel that can fly jet planes, something that is mewah. So that is the transformation journey of Pertamina, supporting the national agenda on bio-based fuel, and that is going to be the next generation of fuel in Indonesia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agung. Yeah. Over to you, Evelyn.
First of all, thanks so much for being here. At Systemic, we work on system change for a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous world. So it's actually a delight to be at an event where that is the precise theme. I wanted to talk up a few levels. I'm very happy, right, that my other panelists just gave the example of biofuels for aviation use, as that's one of the prime uses for carbon molecules going forward. If we look at what's happening all around the world, and I think we've seen a lot of that actually over the past day here, is that we see that renewables are on an exponential trajectory upwards, right? So solar and wind, and at the same time we're starting to experience what's kind of the electrotech revolution. So that means that electricity technologies or technologies that use electricity are on a massive trajectory to scale, both in mobility and in industrial sector. So in mobility, it's the EVs, we all know that, the two-wheelers, but it's also starting to penetrate in buses, like you have with Chantra Jakarta here, but also longer haul trucking, and even electric flights for shorter distances and electric ships for shorter distances. At the same time, we see that the same thing is happening with industry. So in industry, first, at least when I started working on decarbonization, the idea was that fuels could be replaced for low, medium temperature heat. But right now, what we're seeing is that with the electrotech revolution, it can actually cover much higher temperatures, so above 1,000 degrees in industrial processes. And we also see technologies coming online who can directly electrify different industrial processes, even so for instance, electrowinning, or new applications of EAFs in steel production. What that means is that we actually just did a piece of work, and we see that from the 20% of electricity use and final energy use today, the expectation is that that can go up well to 70% of final energy use. And so what that does is it actually squeezes out the role of fuels. Now you can say, happy news on this panel, maybe not. But it also means that for the remaining 30%, there would still be a role, There is quite a massive role still for different types of fuels and different types of carbon molecules. And so with the net zero transition, it's now, our primary focus to then figure out how do you let those carbon molecules circle through the economy, and what do you do with them at the end of life? I'll give you 3 quick numbers. We're working with the Mission Possible partnership on this global project tracker, which tracks all industrial projects that aim to be net zero all around the world. And there you see 2 things. On the one hand, we have this outlook where the role for hydrogen is being squeezed, So it's being halved. There's even a Michael Liebreich, I don't know if you know him, but you might want to look him up. He has this energy podcast. It's quite provocative, and he keeps talking about the hydrogen souffle, which is, the outlook is very positive, but the reality is much less so. Having said that, if you look at the ground and look at different use cases, also here in Indonesia, all around the world, there are very clear cases to be using hydrogen and ammonia and other fuels. The number of announced plants of ammonia is well over 300. Already 28 have reached financial investment decision at different places. The same is happening with sustainable aviation fuels, where there's over 140 projects have been announced. 22 have reached FID, of which at least 2 are actually here. And there's 7 more in the pipeline, one of which I think one of our panelists will also discuss in a little bit. So in other words, there is a real role for carbon molecules to be played, and we're starting to see the initial signs that different projects are reaching FID and hence reaching maturity.
Thanks a lot. We'll now move to Matthew. Matthew is a little bit, in terms of the experience you were talking, if you could focus on your area of specialization, hydrogen, and ammonia. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Selamat siang, everyone. So, nama saya Mathieu, saya tinggal di Jakarta, and I'm managing Asia Pacific for HDF Energy. So, this is a way to underline how Indonesia is important for us. This is our main office all over Asia Pacific. And we are focusing on hydrogen as project developer and investor. Hydrogen is versatile, can be used to make green fuel, can be used for heat, for power. It sounds like a magic solutions to tackle carbon emission. The good news is that the technology is bankable. Electrolyzers have been used for decades. Fuel cells also, they are the two key technologies related to hydrogen. Now the big question is how sustainability is compatible with affordability. And when we talk about sustainability, decreasing carbon emissions, we can divide two types of countries. The ones who can afford and can feed the market with billions of subsidies, and the ones who have other priorities, developing their own industry, their competitivity. And on that aspect, the cost of electricity can be the main leverage to keep the country competitive and to grow. And then we start to see a duality, a rivalry between sustainability and affordability. So the big question, I think, for Indonesia is, where do I start? Where green ammonia, green hydrogen can be a leverage to tackle those two topics. And I believe in Indonesia, you have a burden somehow, which can become an opportunity. On one hand, the burden is the southern islands you have. Half of your country are isolated areas. What are the costs to develop infrastructure over there? What is the price of producing electricity? The price to deliver diesel? Considering also that 30-40% of your fuel is imported. And as mentioned by Pertamina, it needs to be tackled through biofuel, but also through hydrogen. And we can use green hydrogen to help to replace diesel in eastern Indonesia, both for power sector, but also maritime application. And this is what we do at HDF Energy by developing projects where we combine renewable energies to mass hydrogen storage to help to diminish the dependence on imported diesel. And that will help to accelerate the economic and social growth, and that will help to create a learning curve for hydrogen technology in the country.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks. Your interventions were very clear. We are going to move to the next question. I think a lot of you have already highlighted about the importance of investment and infrastructure. So we're going to ask Raymond about his thoughts on how do you scale all of this? Where will the investment in infrastructure come from? Raymond, and then followed by Agung. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me here on this very important panel discussion. I think in any scalability, I think we need to start with demand, and specifically bankable demand. Right? I think that's always, I think, a challenge. I think for any development in new generation fuels, because if we look at, I mean, what is possible out there, I mean, there is a big trajectory or a very steep trajectory of possibilities in terms of bio-based fuel or low-emission fuels, but at the end, I mean, making it bankable is not so easy. Like what has been said before, I mean, it is there is a lot of project pipeline in terms of sustainable aviation fuel in the world, and I think rarely, even a third of them actually moves forward, and a lot of it deals with bankable demand. And I think in terms of Indonesia, like what Pak Agung mentioned, I mean, on the FAME biodiesel program is an excellent example, right? I mean, basically creating a price support fund from levies. I mean, and that can actually be turned back to cover the gap. I mean, of the bio-based fuel is something that is very important that has been done basically in Indonesia. If we try to actually then, I guess, project that, I mean, to sustainable aviation fuel, I mean, there is similarity, but there are other challenges because the gaps are even wider, right? I mean, so that's the big challenge. And in terms of sustainability, other than the demand that needs to be bankable, there is also the challenge on the feedstock, because it is a sustainable business. Right? I mean, having a sustainable supply in terms of volume and also in terms of traceability, not only certification, but traceability, which then includes creating maybe a specific business model to then, eliminate possibility of what I think we call mislabeling nowadays in terms of sustainable feedstock is also important. But if we look at the potential for Indonesia, I mean, for biogenic based fuel is significant. I mean, theoretically, if we look at the three biogenic-based fuel technology from HEFA to alcohol to jet, I mean, to gasification of biogenics to Fischer-Tropsch, I mean, potentially Indonesia have 16 to 17 million ton capacity, which exactly what the world needs at the moment in terms of mandates and all that. But again, I mean, whether that can be turned over to commercial, I mean, it's a challenge. So I think bankable demand, I think it's important. I mean, having that feedstock ecosystem, I mean, let's call it that. I mean, for sustainability in terms of supply and traceability is important. But also there is an opportunity. I think this is something that we have talked about in terms of a possible book and claim platform, which is important, where you can then disassociate, you know, the emission reduction with the fuel itself. I mean, because that will then enhance production and be able to trade, so to speak, I mean, the carbon, the emission reduction, I mean, to whoever who can afford it, I mean, like you mentioned earlier, which then can push production in Indonesia. At least at that time, Indonesia can be a producer of bio-based or basically low carbon fuels. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Raymond. Agung, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Raymond. To strengthen the case for sustainable aviation fuel, it obviously cannot work only from the perspective of the business alone. It has to be a policy drive, and especially we look at this potential of SAF not only for Indonesia but at least for the region. So having a mandate of SAF, which I noticed by 2027 will be about 1%, would certainly help, to accelerate, to make it, as you said, as a bankable demand. But I'm going to tap into other area of fuel, if I may, and that is not just the SAF, the bio-based, because Matthew mentioned about hydrogen. So the potential for hydrogen is also something that we at Pertamina tap into. So we have a very rich geothermal potential, up to 3 gigawatt geothermal potential. It's $6 billion asset. And one of that, we really make it happen already in Lampung, in Sumatra. From our Ulu Belu field, we work together to develop a pilot plan to build and produce green hydrogen. So it will be the first facility to integrate the AEM, anion exchange membrane electrolyzer, with geothermal energy as a clean electricity source. And we're targeting operation next year, and we work together also with Toyota. Obviously, for companies that works in the internal combustion engine technology, hydrogen is still a solution, and that is something that Pertamina tap on. So on the air, we have SAF, and then also we have hydrogen, but not to forget, Pertamina is also oil and gas company in the upstream side. So decarbonizing in the upstream must happen because it has the largest potential of carbon emission reduction. CCS, carbon capture and storage, is the most important potential for that. So we have a number of potential pilot project for CCS and CCUS, in Asri Basin, in Gundi, in Sukawati, and both as CCS or also as CCUS that can enhance oil production, enhancing oil recovery, is something that is going to be very important. And we built on success of the interwell CO2 injection test last year. And we are aiming to make CCS, CCUS as also the future for Pertamina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to somebody who hasn't spoken so far, Fabi. And all of this requires, as has been highlighted, the right enabling environment, the right kind of partnership, and also the the importance of the role of all the partners, the development partners, and the international community. So, from your perspective, if you can share some thoughts on what are the kind of role that you can see international collaboration in sort of accelerating technology towards this transition?
Yes.
You have about 3 minutes.
Thank you. If we look at this all of the technology, there's a number of mature technology, if you look at that, and also emerging technology. For instance, if we look at hydrogen technology, for instance, you have a number of electrolyzer which currently are still under development or still in the early development of implementations, right? So definitely when we look at the international cooperation, we have to look at how actually we can access to this technology. I mean, the case like Pertamina, it's using IEM for producing SAF and even the carbon captures and carbon capture utilizations, they're all result of the application of the technology. So I think the important for Indonesia right now to have access to this technology. The second important international cooperations, and it's actually access to the finance. Finance is always big issues because we want to produce a competitive and affordable product, fuel, for instance, if there is no suitable finance. Take example, if you want to produce hydrogens nowadays, right? I think if we look at the green hydrogens, the cost of production is still high. And to make it competitive, we need technology, we need a right finance. And this is where I think blended finance can play. And a number of international organizations or international financial institutions can provide the finance that actually require for business in Indonesia to adopt this technology and produce and also meet the demand. And also for the demand as well, they need this kind of funding because all of this is quite niche, right? And the last one, which is very, very important in international cooperation, is actually build capacities. Capacities in the producer side, in the demand side, but also I think capacities for policymakers, regulatory. Everything that we discuss is pretty new. And if we look at our policy and regulatory framework perhaps doesn't really match with the required regulation to ensure that we can implement and sell the product even, right? So it's a lot of capacity buildings needed for our regulations, for our policymakers actually to create bankable regulation, bankable policies to support the implementation, the deployment of the technology.
Thank you. Very clear points. Matthew, over to you on the point of international cooperation, collaboration. Yeah.
I think international cooperation is key in a couple of topics. I will take the example of HDF Energy. First, foreign companies can bring different concept, skills, new technology. This is what we try to do in a humble manner by bringing solutions to decarbonize Eastern Indonesia, both power and maritime sectors. But we cannot do that alone. Indonesia is not a country. I'm not Indonesian. We will need both local partners to facilitate project implementation and accelerate the replicability. But we will need also partners to co-invest into the project. Can be locals. Pertamina is big. They have money to deploy. But can be also other international companies like trading houses from Japan as example or conglomerates from Singapore. So I believe international cooperation can be a way to bring those new ideas but to implement through partnership angle in the country. But in addition to that, especially for Indonesia, there is another type of cooperation to target, which is the role of development institutions. We are talking about innovation, new technologies. It's always a bit complicated to implement the first projects, not because they are not bankable or not economically viable. We discussed that those topics can be addressed, but just because it's new and it was never done in the country before. So the development banks may have a role to play to bring comfort to the SOEs, to the ministries about the fact that the projects will work, that the projects are bankable, and that they will try to optimize the key figures of the first projects to be implemented in the country. through concessional loan, through guarantee, why not grants? And I do believe that those institutions can do much better. So personally, I remain available to try to see how we can involve them in the project.
Sure. Fair point. We are coming to the sort of the last section, and all of you have touched about this point about the enabling ecosystem, technology, advancement, finance, policy, regulatory framework, all of that. Like any other system, like Evelyn's highlighted, the energy transition should be viewed as a system as a whole and not the parts of the system. So if we want to create a systems or use a systems approach to drive the transformation that we want, then we want all the aspects of the enablers to be actively sort of going forward. So can we can Raymond, can you share your thoughts on what are some of the key elements of the enabling ecosystem that you feel you see sort of supporting this transition going forward? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ricky. I think a lot of it has been basically mentioned earlier, especially by Fabi just now. I mean, first of all, I mean, coming from the technical as an engineering solutions provider, I have to admit the technology is the easiest problem to solve. Yeah. Right? Technology access might be different, but maybe, right? I mean, and that's where the opportunity is. And I think in terms, just talking about technology a little bit, I think one of the things that we are trying to look at in terms of technology is I guess we define it as technology adoption. Right, looking at technology available out there and see how we can apply to our needs. I mean, for Tripatra, we use that approach. I mean, in selecting basically the technology that we can jointly develop for our pre-treatment of agricultural waste for SAF. So that's how we approach it. Right? I mean, and I think that helps in terms of bankability, because using the existing technology or tweaking the existing technology is a lot better than basically trying to commercial technology from TRL6 to TRL9. Right? I mean, that's one of the things. But again, I mean, going back to the enabler of bankable demand or understanding that there is a voluntary demand, I mean, is also important. In that sense, and then I mean being able to sustain, I mean the fuel production, I mean that you have in terms whether it is the energy, I mean, or whether it is the feedstock, if it is biogenic, is also important. If not, it's not going to be bankable, and that's not enabling the scalability of the investment.
Sure, thanks, Evelyn. If you had to make maybe 3 recommendations on the enabling environment, what would those be? Yeah.
Well, maybe to start a little bit from a different perspective, which is depending on where you are in your technology adoption S-curve, right? You need a different enabling environment. So, right, you just highlighted that the moment that you have a business case, right? Even if you have a business case, right, because it's still one of the first or the very first plan, that comes with additional risks that need to be, right, taken away or shared in some kind of form. There are other instances where the business case, right, really isn't there. And so then you need different types of mechanisms. And so I guess then 2, maybe 3 recommendations. The first one is for every single plant, right, or project, look at, right, is there indeed like a short-term but also a longer-term rationale, right, a need, given how fast the whole technology landscape is evolving, right, it helps with bankability if actually the outlook is really good. Then the second one is the moment that you are in a space, and I'm going to give the most extreme example, where the business case really doesn't work, you need to look beyond your own company. So I'm giving one example, which is Project Sky Power. It focuses on getting the first ISF plants, so electro-sustainable aviation fuel, to FID, financial investment decision, in Europe within the coming 6 months. Now, the business case of ISF is horrible, right? It's 10 times more expensive than normal kerosene, so there is no way, right, it's bankable at this moment in time. And so what we did is we set up a coalition led by CEOs. So it's the CEO of KLM, Marjan Rintel. It's the CEO of ING, one of the major banks. It's the CEO of Arcadia, which is one of the new fuel providers, and 12 others, to then figure out what do they need in terms of enabling policy environment beyond just the mandate that is in place to make this a reality. How can we make sure that you get offtake and then joint offtake? Because one offtaker by themselves is never going to sign a contract, right? Unless you have really strategic reasons. And the third thing is, how do you then create a market mechanism for much more risk sharing? So one of the examples is we're looking at setting up double-sided auctions. So that auction would work on the supply side, so they can kind of showcase, right, at what price point can you actually believe that you can deliver the fuel, and then the off-takers do the same. At what price point, right, can you actually pay? And the delta, which is going to be not trivial, I think, is going to be subsidized by either the European Commission or member state countries, right, or different financial institutions. And so in that sense, you actually create a working market that hopefully then leads to, right, scale up beyond just the first plant, but also to the 10th plant. So just as an example.
Sure, thanks. Fabi, you go last, and you have the last word, really. Especially given that you've been also involved in the policy making on energy transition in Indonesia and beyond, perhaps. How do you put this all together to the policymakers and sell it to the actors in the policy circuit?
If we look at the product, the fuel product, right? Alternative fuels, existing biofuels, the main challenge are actually the costs. You also mentioned this. The ISF, the problem is the cost, always the cost. So I think when it comes to this, so the effort has to be how we can reduce the cost of production so it can be accepted by the market. Otherwise, no one going to use this product, going to use this technology. So therefore, a number of the ecosystem is very, very important. And if we look at the ecosystems, then the first very, very important is actually, I always believe that national target is very, very important, because national target is a signals to the technology owner, the demand. It could create demand because national target kind of translated of political will into something that can be worked. Of course, but national target only will not get us anywhere. And I think in Indonesia context, we are very good in making national target without really know how to achieve that target, right? So clearly from national target moving toward the implementation plan. And with that implementation plan, that's the whole ecosystem is very, very important. Policy and regulatory framework has to be aligned with that target, right? And we know all of this requires specific financial support, right? I mean, so far what I see, there's a lot of initiative that there is no financial support. And private sectors or state-owned enterprises always has to think very hard how to commercialize this product. And a lot of endeavors is just that end, I think. So I think the government has to provide some financial support either through grant or through concessional finance, and also different incentive, fiscal incentive, risk mechanism, right, to reduce the cost of technology development. And I think this is very, very important. Make it bankable is very, very important. Otherwise, there is no project, there is no product, there is no demand.
Sure. Thank you. I think you probably, you made my life easier by summarizing almost the conversation. But I'm going to not, sort of miss out on the opportunity of taking maybe a few questions from the floor, because I see we still have about 4.5 minutes. So can I take maybe 2 or maximum 3 questions, but just your name and your question and who you want this to answer in the panel to answer. Anybody from the floor? Okay, I think, I don't think there are any questions. You guys were excellent. Everybody understands your message. I can't see any, yeah, there is one hand at the back, a gentleman wearing a blue shirt. Can somebody give him a mic? There's one more hand here, gentleman wearing a maroon shirt. So we've got 2 questions. Yeah. Can you get a mic? Can you get a mic?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike. My question to Mr. Agung. How can Pertamina balance between short-term profitability from fossil fuels and long-term transformation toward cleaner energy? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come to you, Agung. Let's also hear the other question. Get the other question. Gentleman here, did you raise a hand? Yeah. Can you get a can you get a mic? Can you just pass the mic to him, please?
Thank you so much for your great presentation and discussion.
Your name and the question, please.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Hafiz Mohammad Anwar Salim, and my question is like, there are certain policies that are on the paper, but where is the implementation? Like, we make so much of policies that are on the paper, and it requires a lot of effort and the cost. But when it comes to the implementation, we don't see any implementation in any country.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Agung, you have a specific question to answer, and Fabi, maybe you or anybody else want to take the other question.
Thank you, Mike. Very spot on your question. And how about balancing that? And that is through a strategy that we call the dual growth strategy at Pertamina. So the dual growth, on the one hand, is about maximizing our legacy business, upstream oil and gas development, for example, refinery processing. Why is it important to maintain the legacy business and maximize that? Because our profitability comes from that. The chuan is there, The chuan is from, for example, from upstream, yeah. But at the same time, you cannot transform if you just focus on the legacy business, yeah. And that's why our second engine in the dual growth strategy is developing and expanding low carbon business. And that's why ISF. And that is why green hydrogen and geothermal. And that is why CCS, CCUS, yeah. So going forward, how do we make sure that transformation happen? It's through the ecosystem approach. Yeah. So for example, the SAF is an ecosystem of combining Patra Niaga, our company collecting the used cooking oil. Kilang Pertamina International, a lot of people are asking whether we built a refinery. Yes, we have green refinery, processing this used cooking oil to be SAF. And also we have our Pelita Air Service flying the sustainable aviation fuel from Jakarta to Surabaya and hopefully Jakarta to Singapore as well. So coming to your last point, policy is important, but policy must be taken into action. And here at Pertamina, our transformation means we do something to take action to make things happen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, we see policy is very, very important. But again, I think the question is not about whether there is a policies, but the quality of the policy. Policy should support achieving the target. And we know sometimes when government make policy, not really to achieve that target because there is a number of trade-off that need to be considered into the policy. At the end, the policy becomes suboptimal. And when the policy becomes suboptimal, it's not easy to implement or very costly to implement. So the policy is stagnant. So I always say, when I measure policy, I look at the 3 criteria. First, transparency. The transparent, whether the policy is transparent, the process is you can follow, you can understand the logic behind it. There is also longevity, right? That these policies could really can be implemented in the long term, has a long-term effect. And certainty. It gives certainty to the implementations, to the business, to the consumer. So this TLC is very important criteria for policy to be successfully implemented.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Can we have a big round of applause for our excellent panelists for simplifying a very complex topic? And there are 5 points that I'm going to talk about in 10 seconds, which I take away from this conversation. The first is the role of innovative financing. The second is the role of a mission mode when it comes to implementation of policies and regulations. The third is the importance of collective action. And I think the ecosystem approach that Raymond and Agung talk about. And finally, what Matthew spoke about is development cooperation. And I think there is a great opportunity for development cooperation, not just from the advanced economies, but also your other friendly countries in the region, including the country that I represent. So thank you so much to all of you, and I'd like to turn it over to the MC. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rijit Sengupta, for leading this session. And also thank you, all speakers. Please rise from the sofa and take 2 steps forward for a group photo. And we're calling all the camera friends as well to seize this moment. Very, very interesting panel. And we got perspectives from Pertamina, from PT Tripatra Engineers, from Institute for Essential Services Reform, from Systemic, as well as from HDF Energy. Once again, we thank all speakers and moderator for this session. You may return to your seats. So interesting key takeaways from this panel session that we just had, that we need not only that the targets that are put by the governments in the nation, but also on how to translate that into actions, and to make sure that when it comes to energy availability, it's not only available, but also it is just for everyone and affordable for everyone as well. And the next session, we are going to talk on advancing industrial decarbonization, technology and innovation for a net zero future. So from this panel discussion, we will find out the latest advancement in net zero technologies like CCS, or CCUS in fact, which stands for carbon capture, utilization and storage. We know that Indonesia has big potential as a country to apply the CCS technology, and also how can hard-to-abate transition to greener alternatives can also be applied in the nation. And before we start, allow me to invite everyone to please be back to their seats and be ready for our next panel discussion, which has a very, very intriguing topic as well, very timely for Indonesia, for an emerging economy, to try to balance between growth and sustainability. So without further ado, let's invite our moderator for the session with a big round of applause. Let's have Ms. Tiza Mavira, Director of the Climate Policy Initiative. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator for the session.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves this morning and this afternoon. A big warm welcome to plenary session 8 of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. It is going to be a very exciting panel to discuss how to advance industrial decarbonization and talk about the technologies and innovations for a net zero future. I have a very distinguished panel of speakers whom I would like to invite on stage right now. First of all, I would like to welcome Ibu Sinta Kamdani, CEO and Chairman of Synthesa Group, CEO of Synthesa Group and Chairman of Apindo. Welcome, Ibu Sinta Kamdani. Secondly, I would like to invite Anthony Watanabe, Chief Sustainability Officer at Indorama Ventures PCL. Warm welcome for Anthony. Third, I would like to welcome Sophie Liu, Global Head of Heavy Industry Decarbonization at HSBC. Applause for Sophie Liu. Please take a seat. Next, I'd like to welcome Karen Chan, Senior Director, Sourcing Sustainability at Adidas. Warm applause for Karen. Next, I'd like to welcome Professor John Coates, who's a professor of microbiology, Distinguished Director of the Energy and Biosciences Institute at UC Berkeley. A warm welcome to Professor John. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Lokita Prasetya, VP Director at Dian Swastatika Sentosa, a group of Sinarmas. A warm welcome to Pak Lokita. Let's start off with a big round of applause for the panelists today. Please take a seat. Excellent, excellent. How are you all feeling today? Great? Great. So since we're going to be talking about industrial decarbonization, I think we need to get an understanding of what are the technology and innovative solutions out there to decarbonize the industrial sector. So I'd like to open this first question to Professor John Coates and Pak Lokita to answer, to give us a flavor for what are the technology and innovative options that are out there. Please, Professor John first.
Thank you, Tiza, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here today. It's been an amazing event. I want to address this from a classification perspective, because really we need to think about carbon capture in two forms. One is direct carbon capture from flue gases. So it's really a point source carbon capture where carbon is highly concentrated. And technologies in this area are fairly mature, but emerging technologies do include things like membrane separation, where we're using specific membranes to really separate out the carbon. The important thing about the technologies that are developing are really focused on reducing the energy cost associated with the technology and thus its operational cost. The second aspect then is direct air capture, and this is where you combine a system close to the source of emissions, but is not really directly capturing the source of emissions. And really what we're doing is we're capturing the carbon out of the atmosphere itself. This area is really the developing area. But it's also an energy-intensive area. So we can break that down into two aspects. We can break it down into a liquid phase or a solid phase capture technology. And really the big push in this area is to reduce costs. Because of the low concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmospheric air, the cost, you have to treat very high volumes of air to capture that carbon dioxide. So the cost is between 4 and 10 times more from direct capture from flue gases. There's new technology advancements in this area which have been able to reduce the energy costs and thus the financial costs by about fourfold. And these would include things like using electrical energy to capture the carbon and to subsequently release the carbon, or alternatively using humidity-driven systems to capture and release the carbon. So that's about the carbon capture, but we have to think about what do you do with the carbon once you've captured it. So you have to inject that carbon into the ground, or you have the choice of utilizing that carbon itself. Injection into the ground, again, a mature technology, although there's limited aspects or areas where this can be done because it really depends on the geology of the environment. So for that reason, a lot of companies are coming together to create hubs. And these hubs are being used to offset the cost to the individual companies. And they can reduce operational costs by about 40% if you use these approaches. I guess in terms of direct air capture, the biggest technology driver right now is towards passive capture. And that is where you're not necessarily engineering a system to flow air through it, but rather you're using a nature-based system to capture the carbon out of the atmosphere. And you can think of something like forestation, where our mangroves, where we're using these plants to capture the carbon, and then we can subsequently use the plant material itself for some purpose. And that will be, an example will be with forestation, you grow the trees, and then you use the wood from the trees for construction, binding it up. So the big development in that region is actually utilizing seaweed. Seaweed is one of the fastest growing organisms on Earth. And currently, globally, seaweed captures more carbon per year than the Amazon. So it gives you a sense of the sort of scale. But within that, we are producing about 38 megatons of seaweed each year for food sources. And that accounts for about between 10 and 16 megatons of carbon. To put all of this in perspective then, heavy industry currently produces about 7 to 9 gigatons per year of carbon globally. And engineering systems are only capturing about 50 megatons of carbon. So we're several orders of magnitude shy of where we need to get to. And I just want to quickly address the scalability aspects of this. As I mentioned, seaweed is currently capturing about 10 to 16 megatons of carbon. But if we look at Indonesia and its extraordinary potential alone, you have over 12 million hectares of seawater that has been designated for aquaculture. And if you use that, of which you're only using about 2%, if you use that for growing seaweed, you can actually capture about 760 megatons of carbon with that alone. And Indonesia industrial production is somewhere around 230 gigatons. So you've got the potential to capture 3 times your industrial carbon footprint right now. The carbon from seaweed, if you use 30% of it to satisfy your industrial production, the residual can be used for producing bioethanol. And you have the potential to produce over 60 billion liters of bioethanol, which is almost 50% of the global demand. And this is a value of about $30 billion a year. Finally, then, on that, you have a side product, or biostimulants. And these are used as natural fertilizers. They cut down requirement of carbon footprint by about 30%. And that market is valued at about $180 billion. So when you combine all of that, your potential for utilizing seaweed combined with point source capture is about 880 gigatons of carbon, and creating a market that's worth almost $200 billion.
These are amazing numbers, and I'm very excited to hear these numbers. And the potential for Indonesia to utilize its vast potential in seaweed and other sources to capture carbon. And thank you for the very comprehensive explanation of the various types of carbon and capture storage technologies. I would like to turn to Pak Lokita now for his assessment of the technological and innovative options out there, particularly in the experience of your company, Pan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to join in this panel, and thank you for having me. So DSS is one of the Sinarmas pillar, which is one of the largest and most diversified industry in Indonesia. Sinarmas just celebrated 87 years of the presence in Indonesia. So with the 7 business pillars which Sinarmas have, starting from pulp and paper, financial services, technology and communications, also the real estate and property, and we are in the energy and infrastructure, and also the healthcare. So all those business pillars is growing sustainably. And from our part, which is a DSS, is focusing on the energy and infrastructure. So in our energy and infrastructure, we have mining, which quite a large volume of mining, coal mining, also power generations across Indonesia, in South Sumatra, Central Kalimantan, and also South Sulawesi, Southeast Sulawesi. Also, we have also developing of the renewable energy, especially on the geothermal across Indonesia as well, starting from West Java and also Sumatra, East Nusa Tenggara, and also Sulawesi. And to support this decarbonization, I think the groups is also reviewing about how to decarbonize. One of the solution is what this our panel speaker mentioned before, is CCUS. But unfortunately, there is still some constraint about implementation of the CCUS in terms of the capital expenditure and also regulatory. Because the capital expenditure for the CCUS is still quite expensive, so quite high. And also, secondly, also the implementation of the CCUS, especially in the power generation, for instance, this will also reduce the output of the power generation, because the CCUS normally consume a lot of power. And there is some mismatch between the investment of the CCUS with the carbon pricing currently in Indonesia. With only, I think that the investment of CCUS can be the range of $50 to $200 per ton, while the carbon pricing currently is only $2 or up to $3 per ton. So there's a big mismatch, which is, this make the bankability of the project is still very, very challenging. And for us, so our focus on the decarbonization is more on the development of the renewable energy, and also how to make our mining becoming more sustainable in the future. And we are now actively developing renewable, as government already announced, for the RUPTL, which is very, very great, with 72% of the new power in the next 10 years will be powered by renewables. And I think if this be implemented, then I think that the Indonesia decarbonization will go through very well. And so we are going to be a part in this decarbonization through development of the renewable energy, through various renewable energy. We have also, not the decarbonization, not only just developing of the renewable energy, but most important things also the supply chains. Therefore, we have set up the first integrated and the largest solar cell and solar module with a capacity of 1 giga. It is also to support the Indonesia transition, energy transition, to be accelerated by providing energy resilience and having produce the solar cell and solar module domestically. In terms in the mining sector, we are also now doing a lot of effort. One is to reduce the consumption of the fuel by converting it to use the electricity, and also to introduce the electric vehicle in the mining site. We are now starting gradually to convert our heavy equipment and also our hauling facilities to use the electric vehicle. We hope that with this all effort, the decarbonization will continuously be forward to look. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Lokita. Just to take note here, CCUS is promising, the financing is challenging. We'll get to the finance in a minute, but I'd like to get to Anthony first, because we heard about CCUS, we heard about renewables, but increasingly everything is becoming digitalized as well. So in your opinion, what role does digital and advanced analytics play in cutting industrial emissions?
Great. Well, thank you, Tiza. Let me, as we're kind of in the second half of the second day, let me first congratulate the organizers and Ibu Shinta. It's my first time here, and it's a fantastic event. I've seen some old friends, met some new ones, and I definitely have learned a lot. So I'm really pleased that Indorama Ventures is a participant in the third annual IISF. And because we're here in Indonesia, maybe just quickly, so I have the pleasure of leading sustainability for Indorama Ventures, which is headquartered in Thailand. 2 nights ago, I also had the pleasure of attending the 50th celebration of Indorama Corporation, which of course is headquartered right here in Jakarta. Those are companies owned by 2 brothers who collaborate, co-located sites, sit on each other's boards, but 2 separate corporations. And both have an important history here in Indonesia. We have in the venture side 6 or 7 factories right here in Indonesia. So some of the things around digitalization, I think we all understand. You know, today, sustainability has to deliver business value. That is an imperative, and digital tools are a means to that important end. So in a manufacturing setting, what are some of the benefits? Well, digitalization will give us a real-time view of what's happening at a plant level, even at an asset level, a machine level. That's very important for agile and quick response and optimization. Of course, in addition, there are things like predictive maintenance, because assets do run into problems, boilers and so on, and the more that we can be on top of things and predict, the better we can address issues before they arise. And this kind of approach also helps maintain the lifespan of the asset, so you actually are leveraging and optimizing your capital expenditure. Then, of course, there are things like digital twins, which really help to de-risk scenarios, right? When we're looking at different, especially sustainability interventions where we're dealing with emerging technologies, digital twins can help us understand the implications of a given intervention and then take action accordingly. And then, of course, all of this connects up to a centralized digital carbon management and carbon accounting system, which any company needs today, and especially a listed multinational like Indorama Ventures. That's something that my team, in fact, manages, where we've migrated all of our sustainability performance data to a central system, and there's a quality check, there's an engagement with the sites and the different business units, and of course those data are our face to the world in our annual sustainability report, our DJSI, CDP, and so on. So it's very, very important currency. All of this connects to making good decisions, right, on a business level. Let me give you a couple of specific examples. So 2 days ago, I toured a new recycling facility that we opened up just under 2 years ago in Kerawang, right? So just about an hour away from Jakarta. And that facility has the capability of recycling 2 billion bottles annually. So important scale and a contributor to Indorama's world-leading mechanical recycling footprint. And of course, there is a control room. We measure things like the viscosity, the moisture when we're, there's about 8 steps in that mechanical recycling process. So when we're washing the bottles, for example, and then the flakes, there's a certain level of moisture that's required. And the drier we can get that while still maintaining some moisture, the more energy efficient down the road. all of this is monitored and measured from a centralized control room. And this is one of the ways in a fairly straightforward, understandable process of mechanical recycling that digitalization plays a key role. Another, I think, important indication, I would call it a leading indicator, is about 4 years ago, Indorama Ventures hired a chief digital officer, Eric, who's become a friend of mine. And so he built a team both for the corporate centers and the manufacturing center with leaders in each. How do we operationalize digital tools? Because the theory is great, but we need the practice and the return on investment from that practice. And now, 4 years later, that central team has shrunk in size, and many of the actors have moved into the business units because the central structure has matured to a point where now we can actually operationalize this on a daily basis in the business. And my friend Eric, in fact, has moved to sort of chief digital officer for one of our business units, which is the fiber segment. So to me, that's a sign of when you go from a central function to embedded in the business and the central group gets lean, that's a sign of maturity. And of course, there are energy, waste, and water benefits from that. That is, in fact, the aspiration for sustainability as well. We have a 20-person central team, managing 112, 113 sites around the world and 25,000 employees. So I think there's still a need for a central team, but the smaller and leaner we can be, that means the more embedded are the concepts and the practices within the business. And that certainly applies to digitalization. And maybe just a final comment, for a high-intensity sector like petrochemicals that is difficult to abate, digital tools are absolutely key as a way to measure, monitor our progress, report to leadership on those things, and make sure that we're continually moving forward to embed sustainability in our practices. Maybe one final anecdote that's, I think, amusing but very telling. A few years ago, our HR team took Eric and me on a roadshow. We went to Singapore, and we had presentations to different students, trying to drum up some interest for both recruiting and internships. So Eric was presenting digital, I was presenting sustainability. And one smart young lady came up to us and she said, "Oh, you guys are part of the same department, right? It's called digital sustainability." I said, no, we're actually two separate functions. But I think the message that came across was they're so integrated that, in fact, she mistook us for one function. I think that's where we need to get to.
Amazing. I think we have such a rich diversity of solutions here. We started off with carbon capture and storage, both nature-based and engineering-based. We went to renewables. We went into data-driven efficiency. But now, our homework therefore, is to scale this up and to accelerate it, right, across all industries. So my next question, and I'll start with Ibu Sinta. My next question is, now that we've heard these technologies, how can the most promising technologies be deployed with the right financing and incentives that are required to accelerate them? Over to you, Bu.
Thank you, Tisa, and thank you all for this opportunity. I know we're sitting to lunch, so I hope everybody's patient enough to listen to us today. But let me start by saying that I think when we talk about industrial decarbonization, we cannot also just look at the big companies. Because I think many of us also sitting here run what we call more the small, medium enterprises. So industrial decarbonization are not just the big companies. I think this needs to be very clear. Because when Indonesia wants to reach its net zero target, wants to reach its NDC, who needs to decarbonize? All companies in order to reach that target. So when your question is about financing, financing is needed, especially when we talk about also the medium enterprises. So I think when we look at Indonesia, indeed, it still requires a lot of financing to support. And in fact, we are still facing a $67 billion financing gap to fund 400 priority projects in the domestic power sector. This is only power sector to meet, to meet the 2030 decarbonization target, even after accounting the JETP $20 billion. So this is just the power sector. And I think we need to understand that industrial decarbonization requires an enabling ecosystem. So finance is important, but this whole enabling ecosystem is important. And I think meaning a lot of factors needs to be streamlined to ensure that the decarbonization can be done by the industry. And policymakers, I think, cannot expect that if businesses are given monetary or fiscal incentive alone to decarbonize, that it can do it right away. It's not just about finance and incentive. And we talk about the technology and so forth. It's not technology, when you acquire technology, it's not just coming out like that, right? So this is a lot of aspects that needs to be considered. But let's talk about the three aspects where are crucial in the acceleration. So one, we talk about financing incentive. So bearing in mind that decarbonization will incur extra burden for business. So I'm sure many of the companies that has experienced this also understand that there is this extra cost. And this is why companies always said, if I want to do a decarbonization effort, how much more costs do I have to incur? Because in our mind is profit is my first bottom line, right? I need to make money. So how is this going to help? So I think it should be really be clear that the financial incentive is not just about lowering interest, ease of credit requirements, even banking at this moment, are they providing enough facilities? And also financing risk, subsidy, tax break allowance, for example, is there any fiscal incentives? And enabling carbon trade and so forth. So I'm happy to hear that I think our Indonesian government is pursuing now this new regulation on carbon, because this is going to help a lot for corporation. And I think it also should be supported by a certain degree of market-based financial incentive to make this decarbonization effort sustainable. And I'm just giving example from the demand side. So instead of just from the supply side, also from the demand side. For example, are the consumer willingness to pay premium price to get a low emission sustainable products? I think one thing is they need also some incentive for the consumer. So we need to look at from both sides, from the supply and from the consumer. And I think we have to talk about market competitiveness against products that made by high emission industry players and so forth. So this way companies are competing, right? In one way, if we talk about globally, of course there is a market standard that needs to be followed. Of course, some of the consumer demands globally are more advanced. But when we talk about Indonesia, there's definitely a big education also that's needed for the consumer on the green lifestyle, on consuming more sustainable products and so forth. The second is the regulatory consistency. I think beyond regulation affecting financing aspect, industrial players also need regulatory consistency, coherence, and facilitation to decarbonize its industrial process. And this usually involve we talk about licensing. I mean, if you're talking about renewable energy, we always talk about energy pricing and so forth. At the moment, we are still very much fossil fuel based. And there's no renewable can compete in terms of pricing with fossil fuel, especially subsidized fossil fuel. So I think this is an important point that the regulatory consistency is there to really push through companies in order to decarbonize some area. And I think we talk about standard, employment. We've been talking about a lot of the green jobs and all these things. I think this really need the right regulatory framework. The third is enabling the technology and its operating human capital. I think this is the most resource exhaustive aspect of the industrial decarbonization. Even when the technology exists, they may not come in an affordable manner. That's what we talk about. So for some industry like steel processing, industrial decarbonization in this sector means abandoning the existing production mechanism. And this also has some costs when you want to transition. And so I just want to wrap up with three aspects. I think in order for us to incentivize mechanism to accelerate decarbonization, I think we need to decarbonize a financing package for the industry. We need to subsidize and incentive supporting the accelerated adoption of the low carbon technology, and also the human capital training and so forth. And the regulatory incentives, I think, ensuring the consistency. I think that's for us, I think it's important to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Great, Businta. Very succinct vision of what's required for Indonesia to scale these technologies. I'd like to turn to Sophie Liu now for the same question, really. How can these technologies be deployed at scale, and what financing mechanisms do we need?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak with you today. From our perspective, I'll be focusing on just the financing enablers. When we approach industrial decarbonization with our clients, I would say that the very first thing we do is to make sure that they maximize the cheapest and earliest adopted available solutions for themselves. So we've spoken about digitization and efficiency. We've spoken about renewable energy adoption. There's also increasing measures that can be taken in circularity. And I think there's maybe a fourth category, particularly for large industrials that are in hard-to-abate sectors, that maybe needs further consideration because of the maturity of technology that's happening in the space, and that's renewable heat. So increasingly either electrification of heat, heat pumps, heat exchangers, lots of other sort of solutions that would surprise you in terms of their cost competitiveness, their increasing ability to address even higher temperature industrial heat processes, and their sort of modularity and availability to scale. So that would be the first part. However, of course, some emissions are very difficult to abate. And if we come back to the sort of original part of this kind of session, which is carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, there are also things that we see that can happen in the market to enable its scaling as well. We acknowledge that Indonesia has developed a robust plan for the decarbonization of industrials and has sort of set forward ambition. So within that, there will have to be essentially the details in terms of how that plan will be achieved, particularly for the hard-to-abate industries in Indonesia. I would say that the first place to start is with things like CCUS. It is fundamentally very expensive, as it's been discussed earlier today. If I use the examples that we've seen in kind of global markets of where it can be, more successful or not less successful in terms of bankability, the very first thing is that there has to be the right sort of carbon pricing mechanism, particularly from a regulatory standpoint, mandatory regulatory standpoint in the market that it's being deployed in. And then even on top of there being a sufficient carbon price to incentivize that switch in the large industrials, there has to be actually further incentive financing from the public, from the government sort of approach. So whether it be in the UK with incentives around the movement of CO2 through pipeline, or France actually has a sort of a policy that's essentially doing contract for difference between the cost of carbon abatement between CCUS and the existing EU carbon price, or with the US with the famous carbon, the CCUS incentive structures under the IRA. Those are all examples of places where the government has acknowledged that even the domestic carbon price from a regulatory standpoint is not enough to incentivize. And so therefore, there really does have to be additional support, at least in the beginning, right? Perhaps in the long run, the cost will calm down. So those are sort of things on the public support side. And then in terms of our clients and how we sort of recommend the approach, the deployment of these solutions, we do recommend that the sponsors or the off-takers that are involved in the project be sort of larger corporates, so even partnerships between companies that are starting with the innovation. So HSBC Innovations Banking has really been looking at addressing the missing middle in the innovation space for climate tech. And we have very promising companies that are providing solutions in carbon removals and carbon sequestration, and then very large corporates globally who are looking for those solutions. And we hope that through innovative approaches to financing, we would be able to address that kind of bridging, if you will, between them, and to be able to do first-of-a-kind financing. And then finally, maybe the last recommendation is to approach cross-collaboration across industrials, especially within clusters. So the cluster approach is probably the best way to reduce capital costs of CCUS projects. So if multiple emitters across multiple industries can participate in together to enable a cluster of CCUS application, we do see that also potentially helping the bankability of those projects. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Sophie. Policy comes up several times because it enables finance. Stakeholder collaboration on enabling all of this also comes up a few times. Karen, I'd like to now turn to you on what you think would be best to scale deployment of these technologies. And you've done a lot of work within supply chains as well, so like what kind of internal corporate efforts and financing incentives would work to deploy? Thanks.
So first of all, I want to express my gratitude on behalf of Adidas to be able to be here, sitting together with lots of experts and then key drivers within Indonesia and driving the sustainability journey. This is very important for us as Adidas because Indonesia is a very important manufacturing hub for us. That is a key pillar for our whole global operation. So we have very much aligned interests. Our economical growth and financial growth is tied to Indonesia's, as well as our sustainability ambitions. So from where we stand as a business, actually, like we hear it, the technology is already there, financial solutions also available. And like Cynthia was mentioning, it's all about the ecosystem, how to bring it together. I think where as a brand we can come into play is that demand that Cynthia was talking about. So for us, what we can offer is the business opportunities for manufacturers in the region. So we can provide that opportunity to them. So as a brand, when we look into manufacturers or countries that we want to invest or operate in terms of manufacturing, we look into a few areas. Of course, the typical product quality, production capacity, but now more and more important on the agenda as well for us is the sustainability progress. And particularly in the coming 5 years, decarbonization progress is on there. So in other words, basically suppliers who are showing progress here will be rewarded with more business opportunities. And I think from this as a brand, we're giving the signal that these investments in the technology solutions that are being mentioned, or giving also them incentives to get into these financial aids or grants because they can guarantee the ROI from our business. So this is from a brand point of view what we can do. But another key enabler in the end is strategic alliances, which I think a few of us has mentioned, because in the end, not one of us can do this alone. Like we each come with different capabilities, competitive advantage, and also let's be honest, we each have our own business objectives or entity objectives that need to come into play. And I think this is where strategic alliances are critical for this. And I would use a partnership that we have with Canadian on a net zero hub as an example, because this partnership basically enables us to have a platform to bring in collectively experts to basically enable this progress. So it enables that platform. Second, it ensures that we have a common interest, because in the end, we come in, yeah, we will each have our own interests or agendas, but on the table now for this strategic alliance are this common objective that we need to bring forward. And third is also the scale that with this we can bring on the table, because in the end, I've also mentioned a few times, this cannot be done alone. With scale, that can bring to better economics, better financials, longer term sustainable improvements or developments. So strategic initiatives is basically not just key, but basically crucial to bring this forward. And I just want to end this as a brand. Again, it's a very exciting moment personally for myself as well, because whenever you think about businesses, like especially brands like Adidas and Nike, let's say, we used to compete a lot with each other. I mean, we still do. But the interesting thing with sustainability and decarbonization, it brings us together. For once, we need to collaborate and work together, because it's no longer us fighting for more money and more products, but really us fighting against the world to make sure that we can all operate in a sustainable journey together. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. This has been an amazing panel. I really wish we had more time. I really, really do. And I'm sure the audience also wishes we had more time, but we don't. Maybe we can chat individually after this panel, I'm sure. But we heard some really interesting things. We heard some big, big numbers out there. We heard the magnitude of the impact if we were to get serious about deploying these promising technologies. We heard about the challenge being the large financing gaps and the lack of bankability for some of these projects. And so in order to deploy these effective technologies, we need to scale up, we need to accelerate. In order to get to speed and scale, we need to close those financing gaps. And in order to close those financing gaps, we need supportive ecosystems. And the supportive ecosystems, many of the speakers here today talked about the different kinds of policies that policymakers and governments should focus on, starting with carbon pricing all the way to other kinds of fiscal incentives. And we also talked about the need to strengthen our alliances. So we really need to be friends with our competitors. And luckily, the sustainability space seems to be the place where we see that actually happening. So let's do more of those. Let's become more friends, more friendly with each other, and create more of these alliances so that we can solve these financing gaps and deploy these solutions together. Thank you. Please give the round of applause for the panel of speakers. My name is Tiza Mafira. I forgot to introduce myself from the beginning. And I was your host for this panel, and it was a pleasure for me to host, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tiza Mafira, for leading this discussion, and also all of the speakers for the panel session. Would like to invite everyone to please rise from the sofa and take this opportunity for a group photo. A very insightful topic also discussed, and discussions happened in the panel on advancing industrial decarbonization, technology and innovation for a net zero future. Fresh perspectives indeed. From Syntesa Group, delivered by Ibu Shinta, and also from Indorama Ventures. And also we had Professor John Coates as well. Interesting innovation or interesting latest update that we had on technology on decarbonization. From HSBC, from Adidas, and from Dian Swastatika Sentosa Tbk. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. And as we gather here at Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of our sponsors for their invaluable support and partnership in advancing the sustainability agenda. Our sincere gratitude goes to our platinum sponsor, Sinarmas and PT Pertamina Persero. Also extend our appreciation as well to our gold sponsor, PT Astra International Tbk. To our silver sponsors, Standard Chartered Bank, Lubrizol, Vale Base Metals, April Group, and PT Freeport Indonesia. Thank you for your continued commitment and collaboration. And of course, to our bronze sponsors, DBS Bank, PT BYD Motor Indonesia, PT Bank HSBC Indonesia, Siemens Energy, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero, Tbk, Aqua Power Global Services LLC, PT Bank Mandiri Persero, Chandra Asri Pacific, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, Minds ID, PT Medco Energi Internasional Tbk, PT Alamitri Power Indonesia, PT TBS Energi Utama Tbk, and PLN Persero. And last, we thank you for your support as well, PT Pupuk Indonesia, Siam Cement Group, Mind ID, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Telkom Indonesia, Indonesia Financial Group, and Barito Renewables Energy. We thank you for your support, trust, and partnership in supporting ISF 2025, a platform that brings together global leaders, innovators, and change makers to drive forward Indonesia's vision of a sustainable future. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a lineup of agendas after the break. And for now, we invite everyone to have a break, extend networkings and also chit-chats along the way with maybe if you want to take lunch as well. And we do hope to see everyone after the break, after lunch. So for now, enjoy the break and see you after that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that you have an enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you have an enjoyable break, and we'll continue with the next agenda after the break. We expect everyone to please reconvene at the plenary hall at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Once again, we'll reconvene and start with our agenda after the break at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much and enjoy your break. Hi, everyone, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of ISF 2025, and also welcome back after lunch. Well, I'm going to ask you to raise your hands and give a thumbs up if you're ready for our agenda this afternoon. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, I don't see many thumbs ups. Okay, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. I like that energy because we are going to have lined up of agendas this afternoon, talking about sustainability, all of the obstacles, because we talked so much about it, and we tried to find solutions where we find obstacles to accelerate sustainability efforts in our country, Indonesia. And to start the second leg of the day, when everyone's ready, I believe, we will have a fireside chat. And to lead that fireside chat, I would like to invite to come to front Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Basic Infrastructure from the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia. Please come forward. And also to invite everybody that comes with Pak Rahmat.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone have a very good lunch. Usually it is the toughest time and the toughest time slot in ISF. After lunch, people have eaten well, and now we are back here, so I hope everyone is awake. We have a very special panel today. It's on the reflections of ISF. As many of you know, ISF has now been here for 3 years, the third time of ISF. So we would like to have a reflection for the past 3 years, how it has been and what is to come for the ISF over the years. So I would like to introduce the panel on the stage. So we have a special lineup. We have Pak Rahmat, of course, the founder of ISF from the first day of ISF until now. We have Ibu Batari Saraswati, who is the director at Systemic. She leads work on air pollution and also on transport. We have Pa Anthony Utomo, who is chairman of Kadin Net Zero Hub, representing the private sector. We have Mustika Wijaya, who is the executive director of Solar Chapter. She is also a fellow at the Rockefeller Foundation and also the Obama Scholar. And she is representing from the youth and grassroots community. We also have here Pa Edo Mahendra. I don't know how many hats you have, but you are now the principal advisor to the Minister of Forestry. But Pa Edo is also active in the energy space and across sectors. I am sure the community knows about Pa Edo. So maybe to kick the panel off, I would like to invite Pa Rahmat to give more of a context of the origins of ISF, right? For maybe not many of the people here know how does ISF come about. It's good to hear from Pa Rahmat himself. How was ISF founded, and what is your aspirations, Pa, for the years to come on ISF?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I don't think I can be called founder of ISF, but maybe the first organizer. And unfortunately, after the third year, I'm still organizing. So I don't know whether it's something that's going to be stuck with me. But anyway, the vision at that time was how we can combine a few things. The first thing is that Indonesia has been known to be able to organize good conferences, good forums. I joined the government in 2022, and towards the end of that year, we just hosted what I could say the very successful G20 in Bali. We get a lot of positive comments on that. And then, of course, in I think around September 2023, we hosted ASEAN Summit as a president. But of course, G20 is every 20 years. and ASEAN Summit is probably every 10 years. But every time we do something like this, we always get compliments. So we know how to run good conferences. However, what about the contents, the agenda? The idea of ISF came about when, like at the time, me and my boss, we were in Davos in January 2023. And at the time, we are walking around in Davos. If you've been in Davos during the winter, it's very cold, hotels very expensive, food is not very widely available, even though a lot of world leaders come. And we think like, look, this is a very interesting situation, but not everybody can afford to go to Davos. And also the agenda that is being discussed is very, very relevant for developing nations, but the solution being mentioned, a lot of it is being proposed by countries that are more advanced in economy, so have bigger fiscal space, a different type of economic situation than us. So what we said is, why don't we bring these type of discussions closer to home, combine our conference organizing prowess and also Indonesian leadership in, let's say, potential leadership, yeah. We have a lot of renewables potential, for example. We have minerals, critical minerals. And these type of things, these type of issues is probably better discussed closer to home. So we said, okay, let's do that. But at that time, this is the previous administration. I told my boss at the time, Pak Luhut, Pak, we can't do it in 2024 alone because people will think this is one-off. So we have to do it in 2023. So we started in 2023, 2024, and thank God and thank you for all your support here. Even after the change of administration, this has become an annual agenda that is well accepted by the community.
Thank you, Pa. And thank you for bringing ISF to Indonesia. I think your point on bringing in this dialogues that is contextualized to the Global South community is also very much important. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Batari, who we invited because she represents the knowledge community, right? And Batari, is this your first or second ISF?
Second.
Second ISF. So can you tell us can you tell us your journey at ISF? What your efforts are at ISF, and tell us how ISF help amplify the efforts that you're doing.
Thank you, Nick. First, I would like to share my observations how ISF 2024 differs from ISF 2025. I think the discussions has evolved a lot. So in ISF 2024, we highlighted about net zero ambitions, which was important. We are setting ambitions that we are showing our commitment. And now the discussion has evolved into also acknowledging the complications, acknowledging the barriers, but also highlighting the opportunities. I think an example is on energy transitions. We just held an industrializing energy transitions high-level dialogue where we acknowledge that there are barriers into energy transitions, but there are way forward, like renewable energy zones, renewable energy incentives. So that's one thing I think from think tank community, we appreciate that the discussion has evolved from ambitions into way forward and next steps, and from what to how. And to your questions, Nick, on the thing, how think tanks see ISF, Pak Rahmat, Pak Nick, I think we appreciate having an ISF, having an international forum that's close to home. Of course, COP, New York Climate Week, others are also an important convening platform, but having ISF as a national event, it's a very important, we see it as an important event that we should continue to have. One is we see this as where people from private sectors, from government, from public, and from think tanks can convene and then talk how to bring forward an issue. What we've done with air pollutions, first we discussed about where the air pollution, where the sources come from, and now we move into also discussing about how to finance the solution. So without such convening platform that we have at ISF, I think we would lose also the momentum, because I think good to have a momentum, good to showcase results, and good to have a platform there where we can collaborate and show commitment, show progress, as well as discuss about opportunity and to move forward on our ambition.
Thank you, Batari. And I see a very sharp observation there, where last year the narrative is probably net zero ambition, but now it's green growth, right? So I think it's not about net zero ambition, but it's about how can we embed net zero ambition into the economic growth story, right? So I think that's a good segue as well to go to Anthony, who is the chairman of Kadin Net Zero Hub. Pak Anthony, you have been in the space since the longest time, right? Can you tell us more of Kadin Net Zero Hub, right? But also how you see Kadin Net Zero Hub as a partner at ISF, and how you see ISF evolve over the years. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think I really echo with what you say, because throughout the years, the mandate of Kadin is to accelerate the competitiveness of our members. So in that sense, so I've been following the Kadin committee for 3 years now, and every year we see a lot of interesting, not only business cases, but practical ways and dialogues, not only from the investment side, but also to innovation, technology, and all of these dialogues is actually a starter, right? Because at the end of the day, in Kadin, where it's a home for all business players, the most important thing is how we can translate the sustainability lens into our competitiveness and accelerate the green growth. So I think in ISF, we have been listening to a lot of speakers. We've been having very interesting dialogues on the thematic events with a lot of stakeholders. So having ISF as a platform is very important, because this is where it becomes a melting point for a lot of stakeholders to listen and try to understand what are the possibilities and the ways to collaborate to each other. So in Kadin Net Zero Hub, we really sense that, like Pak Rahmat mentioned, there are definitely a lot of challenges in our geopolitical muscle. There are a lot of differences on how you translate sustainability, but as long as it translated into something that can create the value to our members, which is I am seeing it happening on the past 3 years, ISF is very crucial to our green growth. EV, for example, you can see the numbers wouldn't lie. The first time ISF was launched, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's around 2%, ya Pak Rahmat. And last year is 5 or 6.6%. And this year, just to August, the EV penetration has surpassed 12 point something percent. So I think these are the practical things that we also seeing another multiplier effect on the value chain, for example, on the industrial growth. And this is all, having ISF as the big part out of it, as the part of the dialogue is very essential and critical.
Thank you, Anthony. And that point on competitiveness, right? I think ISF is not only a sustainability forum, but it has increasingly become a forum to discuss how can we be more competitive in this economy. And also, the technologies in the low carbon transition are economically viable, right? And I think your example on electric vehicles